on business and human rights. As you can tell from my very long name, I am originally from Thailand, but I'm currently residing in Australia. My full-time job, I'm a professor at a university in Australia at the moment. But I'm joined here today by my lovely colleague from the International Labour Organization, Sheikh Badian. I promised him that I will try to get his name right. I think I almost got it right. But why don't I give you the microphone to briefly introduce yourself as well.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sheikh Badian. I'm working with the International Labour Organization in Geneva as specialist in the multinational enterprise and engagement enterprise unit in Geneva headquarters. I used to be an enterprise specialist for a number of years working in the field, and since some years in Geneva headquarters in the enterprise department.
Great, thank you very much for that. You can keep that microphone. Okay. So we will be your two facilitators for today. My job will be to introduce you to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and my colleague, Sheikh, will be talking to you about the ILO M&E Declaration. Before we begin, can I get a sense in the room, if people can put your hands up, who in here has heard of the UN Guiding Principles? By show of hands. Excellent, thank you. Who in here has heard about ILO's M&E Declaration? Show of hands. All right, excellent. So more or less roughly the same, so it seems. So we're going to try and first provide you with a solid foundation to understanding what these different instruments are and how they can assist you in your work to advance or push the needle when it comes to the business and human rights agenda. We will also leave time, hopefully an ample amount of time, for Q&A as well, because I'm sure there will be a lot of questions in this room when it comes to how do we ensure, for instance, that these instruments, that all of these principles and guidelines are being implemented in reality. But so without further ado, let me get started. Would you mind please changing to the slide? I mean, I wish we had prepared like this moving infographic for you for the entirety of our presentation, but no, we just have static PowerPoint slides at this stage. I think as the technical team is trying to put the slide onto the screen, excellent. So, as I mentioned, we will be speaking to you about the UNGPs and the M&E Declaration. You already know both of us. And so this is how we're going to run this session today. I'm just going to give you a little bit of information with respect to what the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights is and what we do. We'll then move on to a kind of a brief overview of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but I will also provide you with some insight with respect to key trends in the business and human rights agenda, but also with respect to the challenges that remain when it comes to implementation and enforcement of the UNGPs. My good colleague will then speak to the ILO M&E Declaration, and then will also help to clarify and really emphasize the interlinkages between the guiding principles and the M&E Declaration. Because one of the key points that we would like you to leave, today, once you finish the session, is the fact that the UN Guiding Principles, the M&E Declaration, and indeed, the OECD guidelines, these all are all instruments that are coherent with one another. They complement one another. They're not, when you're thinking about which one do I go with, you go with all of them. You don't have to pick and choose which one you want to focus on, because they were developed with the same principles, with the same norms, with the same international human rights legal provisions in mind, and therefore they are inherently complementary. So welcome to people who have just joined us. Please feel free to come and sit in front as well. There are some free seats here. Welcome, welcome. And we will get started with What is the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights? Who here has had some engagement with the working group before? By a show of hands. Anyone? Yeah, a few of you. Excellent. So what is the UN Working Group, you ask? Well, we are actually part of what is called the UN Special Procedures. And I know this is a very bright slide. We don't have artificial light in this room, so I thought a bit of sunshine will be useful here. But the UN Special Procedures are precisely this, right? They represent an independent, expert-based fact-finding and monitoring mechanism of the Human Rights Council. When it comes to the different mandates that exist within special procedures, there are currently 45 thematic mandates and 13 country mandates. And the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights holds the mandate for business and human rights. And so as you can see here, we're comprised of 5 experts, each representing different regions of the world. I represent the Asia-Pacific region, which, according to the UN kind of geographical schema, also includes part of the Middle East and even North Africa. So it's a very, very wide geographical region that I'm responsible for, in one sense, looking after. The UN Guiding Principles themselves were, of course, established back in 2011, and the working group was established shortly thereafter. And for that reason, our mandate squarely focuses on disseminating, promoting, and also implementing the UN Guiding Principles at all levels, whether it be national, regional, or indeed global. And so, as part of that mandate, we are also tasked with exploring options and making recommendations, especially to states, but certainly also to businesses, about how they can enhance corporate accountability and also access to effective remedy. So as you can tell, it's a fairly challenging and very broad mandate, because we are mandated with engaging not only states, but equally businesses, and needless to say, civil society. But what I did really want to focus, or really clarify to all of you here as well, is that we are independent. So I am undertaking this role in an independent capacity, which means that I'm not being paid for the work that I do. It's purely voluntary in that regard. And my full-time job, as I mentioned very briefly earlier, is I'm a professor at a university in Australia. So this is in many respects my second job, or sometimes it feels like my third job as well. But all of us experts are doing this because we care a lot about business and human rights, and of course, the protection of human rights more generally. Welcome more people who have just come in. There are still a few seats in front here. You can certainly, I think, take some seats right there as well. But please come in and settle down. We're just beginning the training. All right, so what are the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights? Now, I know there are some in the room who are already aware what the UNGPs are, but still let me give you a sense of why they matter so much, and why it is really heartening and really positive to see so many people in this room today. Because I think I can safely assume that all of you care about business and human rights, and that's why you're here. And I'm very much hoping that all of you, after this session, will be going out communicating to your peers, to your colleagues, about the importance of the UNGPs and indeed the M&E Declaration as well. So why do the UNGPs matter? Well, they represent a global normative framework that has strong political foundations. What does that actually mean? It means that they represent the first set of global, authoritative global standards on business and human rights. And this is quite significant because in order to achieve that point of having that much consensus around a set of guiding principles is not an easy process. The consultation for the UNGPs themselves took between 2005 to 2011. It was, of course, led by John Ruggie at the time, and he, of course, had to ensure that all stakeholders, insofar as possible, were being consulted about what the UNGPs should say and what they should do. And so in light of that, their endorsement in 2011 represents a real breakthrough. They were unanimously endorsed by states at the Human Rights Council, and they really put into practice the whole protect, respect, and remedy framework. And of course, very recently, well, recently, it's like 2 years ago, but the UN Guiding Principles turned 10, right, back in 2021. And this, again, marks another important milestone event in the sense that it's been more than a decade now that we've had the UN Guiding Principles in place. And so this is high time for us to actually consider what next. How successful have the UN Guiding Principles been? What more needs to be done? And how can we learn from what's already been done successfully? And I'm sure that this and many other questions will be explored over the course of today, but also tomorrow and the day after. Again, welcome everyone. I'm sorry that you're starting to crowd in the back a little bit. There still are a few seats up front here. You're very welcome to come join us. All right. So as I said, it's a huge accomplishment to be able to achieve such consensus when it comes to a global normative framework like the UNGPs. And they really do represent this convergence in global frameworks and standards. As Sheikh will be telling you not long after this, you know, the ILO, the OECD, and indeed the UN itself were already talking about business and human rights in different ways. But the UN Guiding Principles, you know, are as much informed by those discussions as they are now informing those discussions as well. So as you can see here, you know, the IFC performance standards, the OECD guidelines, UNICEF's guiding principles for children, and so on and so forth, all of these are informed by the UN Guiding Principles, but indeed the UN Guiding Principles are also very much informed by them. And so we see this convergence, we see this coming together of understanding, and it is of course important to note that the guiding principles have been endorsed not just by states, but indeed by global business organizations, by corporations, and indeed even by civil society. So what are some of the key features, or what are the key features of the UN Guiding Principles? And what I'm going to provide you shortly is a bit of a cheat sheet in the sense that I'm just going to highlight some of the most important characteristics of the guiding principles that I think anyone must know. So, first off, the guiding principles apply to all states. There's no excuse, no state can say it doesn't apply to us. It applies to everyone, to all states, in large part because they are themselves based upon international human rights law, right? That states are expected to abide by. By the same token, the guiding principles also apply to all businesses, and this is irrespective of the size of the business, the sector that they operate in, the country that they operate in, or originate from, and indeed, the principles also apply throughout a business's operations, even including its relationships. So think here of value chains. And so they're very comprehensive, very ambitious in that regard. And I probably get a sense now already that some of you might start thinking, well, that's very ambitious. How do we ensure that the guiding principles are then implemented by all these states and all these businesses? I see a bit of a nodding head there. My answer is that I will tell you shortly. It's not a perfect story, of course. And even though we've had the guiding principles for a decade now, there's still a long way to go, admittedly. But nonetheless, this is what the principles expect, and this is what they require from states as well as businesses. It's also important to note that if you were to go through the booklet on the guiding principles, you'll soon realize that the responsibilities and obligations that it highlights for states and for businesses, even though many of them are distinct, but they are complementary. They come together in order to provide that system to protect, respect, and also remedy. And as I mentioned previously, the guiding principles are based on norms and international human rights law. So it doesn't actually put forward new legal obligations. Instead, the guiding principles elaborate upon the implications of existing obligations and practices for states and for business. They also do not preclude international or national legal developments, meaning that You can have the guiding principles on the one hand, and you can also have mandatory human rights due diligence laws, for instance, on the other. They can go together, much in the same way that the guiding principles cohere with the MNE Declaration and indeed with the OECD guidelines. It is also the case that the guiding principles are very much focused on preventing and addressing adverse impacts as the baseline responsibility of states and of businesses, but it also does not preclude further responsibility for businesses being outlined for broader development. So basically, states as well as businesses can go beyond what's currently in the guiding principles to come up with new obligations and new responsibilities as well, to really expand their scope, lift their gaze, and elevate their game. And some of you may already be aware of this, or you might have heard about the so-called 3 pillars, right? The 3-pillar framework. So when it comes to the guiding principles, it's separated into 3 different pillars. The first one, or pillar 1, is the state duty to protect. And this covers principles 1 to 10, and it outlines the nature of the policy commitments that states must undertake to uphold the UN guiding principles. It also outlines the obligation of states to undertake investigations, to exercise oversight, and to ensure that effective remedies are also being put in place. Because at the end of the day, the state is the primary duty bearer in all of this. The state is the one that's responsible for ensuring that people's human rights are being actively protected. When it comes to Pillar 2, the corporate responsibility to respect, this covers principles 11 to 24. And across those principles, what is repeatedly highlighted or highlighted overall is the need for businesses to not just undertake policy commitments to abide by the guiding principles and related instruments, but to also act with due diligence in order to avoid infringement or abuse of human rights. It is also the case that businesses have a responsibility when it comes to respecting human rights by addressing the adverse or the negative impacts that they can have when it comes to not only their own operations, but equally their business relationships. And this again goes back to the broader issue about ensuring that businesses are monitoring their value chains. No matter the size, even if you're an SME or a micro enterprise, you can still have a human rights impact. And I remember this being asked to me, this was back in Thailand during consultation. The question was posed, if you're an operator of a small noodle stall somewhere in Bangkok, do you still have to do human rights due diligence? Do you still have that responsibility? Because surely you're too small to have an actual impact on human rights. And the response I gave was simply, yes, you do. You can have an impact. If you're using forced labor, or if you're using migrant labor and you're underpaying your workers, then you're already infringing upon human rights. If you're using vegetables or produce from agricultural compounds or from farms that aren't respecting human rights, you are contributing also to the problem. Of course, the scale of your contribution isn't going to be as great compared to a multinational corporation, but it can still have a very real impact on the people that you are impacting. So, even if you're a micro, small, or medium enterprise, you are not excused from this expectation that you will commit to the guiding principles, that you will act with due diligence, and that you will also ensure that if you were to have a negative impact on human rights, you will provide effective remedy, that you will engage in a remediation process and address your impact on those who are impacted. So really speaking to the victims. The third pillar, which is one of the more underdeveloped, one could say, pillars when it comes to the guiding principles, is on access to remedy. And this covers principles from 25 to 31. Now, some of you may have heard of state-based judicial mechanisms and so on and so forth, which we'll go through quickly shortly. But basically, the key gist of Pillar 3 is that effective access to remedy must be ensured to victims of business-related human rights abuse. this is the responsibility of the state, but it indeed is a responsibility that businesses must work to ensure as well. And there are a range of different mechanisms that can be used as part of a system of remedy in order to ensure that victims have that access, and that the remedies that they receive are commensurate to the harm that has been caused. But as I said, this is a very complex set of issues, and dispensing or providing remedy is far from a straightforward process, and it requires genuine consultation, of course, with those that have been impacted. And so this is part of the reason why so many of us talk about access to remedy, but it is still the case that in many different places in the world, not just in South Asia, systems to ensure access to effective remedy is still very much weak and very much developing. So I know I'm a bit pressed for time because I do want to leave more time for Q&A, so I'm going to try and speed up a little bit more to take you through some of these concepts and ideas that I've already prefaced earlier just now. But so one of the core kind of important contributions of the guiding principles is this idea of human rights due diligence. And human rights due diligence itself as a concept, as a practice, represents the acknowledgement that businesses can be involved in human rights impacts in different ways. This can be through their activities, whether it be their actual actions or their omissions, but it can also be as a consequence of their business relationships, including those along the value chain. And so for that reason, businesses can cause, contribute to, or also be directly linked to human rights risks. And for that reason, businesses' responses to how they cause, contribute, or are directly linked to such abuse must be related to how they then go and try to remedy the situation. So this is just to give you an idea. So if a business has caused human rights harm, then they have to cease the action immediately, provide or at least cooperate in remediation processes, for example. If they are directly linked to human rights abuses, let's say along their value chain, then they have to try and use and build their leverage in order to mitigate those risks. Think in terms of big corporations, right? And indeed, we are seeing them do this increasingly as more attention is turned to global supply chains and the human rights risks embedded in these chains. But multinational corporations increasingly now are requiring their smaller suppliers along those supply chains to report to them or to give them a sense of what kind of mechanisms or what kind of protections are being put in place to ensure that, for example, forced labor is not happening. So there are those mechanisms that we're seeing emerging in large part, in response to the mandatory wave that we are seeing across the world when it comes to human rights due diligence laws, including the forthcoming one, the EU's draft directive on corporate sustainability due diligence, for instance. And so increasingly, this cause, contribute, and linkage framework is becoming more prominent, and there is a greater expectation than ever before for businesses to do well, to acknowledge this chain of impacts that they can have, and to remedy the situation accordingly. Now, this is just to give you a sense of what is involved in the HRDD process. So it starts with assessing a business's impacts on human rights, integrating and acting on those findings, tracking the responses to see how effective they are, and then communicating on those impacts and responses. So it's important that this is an iterative process, that it is a cycle that is repeated and updated on a constant and frequent basis. And fundamentally, you do this in order to ensure this, right? To ensure that all necessary and reasonable precautions are being put in place in order to prevent harm, to ensure that all types of impacts are being accounted for, and to also ensure that it just doesn't stop with one single round of assessment, that this assessment is ongoing throughout a business's operations for not just the short term, but indeed for the long term as well. Now, coming back to the question about the UN Guiding Principles and how do you actually implement them. Again, I know there are extremely ambitious principles. They cover a range of things, and they expect a range of things from states and businesses alike. And of course, it is the case that the guiding principles themselves are not legally binding, as many of you are aware. And you might ask, well, doesn't that then make them super weak? And that's I heard a chuckle just now. And that's a very valid question, because yes, in many cases, not having something that's legally binding could very well mean that it's never implemented, right? But you have to understand this. The guiding principles really are meant to serve more as a moral compass, more like a roadmap that is helped to provide direction and guidance to states, to businesses, and indeed to those impacted by business-related human rights abuse about what should be done and how should things be addressed or remedied. And so in light of that, they don't really have to be legally binding, because then we can wait for things like mandatory human rights due diligence laws, for instance, to come into place and make things more binding. But the guiding principles themselves in that regard are more to serve as a framework for understanding, to ensure that the policies, the guidelines, the laws that are created are aligned with each other within that broader framework of the guiding principles, because they set a high standard, and that is the standard that we want policies, guidelines, principles from states and businesses alike to aspire to. And so, as I put up there, they're very much based on binding norms, nonetheless. They do not derogate from binding rules. They can indeed become binding by legislation, judicial decisions, and indeed even market forces. And the strength of the guiding principles themselves rest upon the fact that they have been widely accepted by all stakeholders. And this is what makes them a very powerful tool, because they are not binding, they don't scare off governments per se, but they help create that common framework for understanding. And this is just a list of examples, right, of the different policy and legal developments that we've seen across the world when it comes to making some of the core ideas within the guiding principles more legally binding. You have the UK Modern Slavery Act, and more recently you have things like the German Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, the Japanese Guidelines on Respecting Human Rights and Responsible Supply Chains. That's a very long title. And you also have the forthcoming proposed EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, which of course is already creating a degree of discussion and debate, if not concern, within the South Asian context. I see someone taking a photo, so that's why I'm pausing for a little bit. And then, of course, there were NAPs. And I know, of course, that Nepal has been in the process of developing a NAP. NAPs have become increasingly popular in different parts of the world, and especially in the Asia-Pacific. And they are seen as a useful tool to help ensure or provide more guidance to states and to businesses about what needs to be done to kind of move the needle when it comes to the business and human rights agenda. Now, I know that NAPs can be somewhat controversial, in the sense that there are NAPs out there that aren't particularly included when it came to the consultation process, or sometimes their aspirations might fall short of people's expectations in terms of the commitments, for instance. The UN Working Group itself has said that NAPs are nonetheless useful. They can provide that guidance that's very much needed in many places to help ensure that states and businesses are speaking the same language and also understand the realities, the human rights issues that are faced by communities, for instance. And so the working group has said that, in order for NAPs to be effective, to be useful, they need to be founded or based upon the guiding principles. They need to be context-specific. They need to address, a country-specific set of human rights issues. They must be developed in an inclusive and transparent manner involving all stakeholders, and they also have to be regularly reviewed and updated. A NAP is a living document. You can't just have one and just say, I've ticked that box, everyone should be happy now, and let's move on. It's about constant implementation, constant updating, to realize the flaws within the NAP process itself and to regularly improve upon those processes. And so, despite the proliferation of NAPs across the world, we still see that Asia, much more needs to be done. You have South Korea that isn't included up here, that has a separate chapter in their National Action Plan on Human Rights, and that's why, because it's not a standalone NAP, I've not included it here. But you can see that for the Asia and indeed the Pacific region, there is a lot more that needs to be done. And it's not just about having more NAPs necessarily, it's about having more quality NAPs that are based on inclusive, transparent, and meaningful engagement with stakeholders, including with those who have been impacted by business-related human rights abuses. And then there are challenges of implementation. As I mentioned already, access to remedy is the pillar that needs the most love at the current moment. We need more work done in this space to ensure that everyone has their right to an effective remedy protected and respected by states and by businesses alike. I'm not going to go through all of this because I already prefaced much of it previously when speaking about Pillar 3, but I think it's important to remember again that there are different mechanisms available for remedy, and all of these are complementary and supplementary to one another in order to ensure that that system for remedy exists for victims to access. And it's very important for us to also remember that effective remedy means remedy provided to victims. It's not remedy in the form of fines that are issued to companies for infringing on laws that are then paid to the state. Effective remedy must be to the victims, and it must reflect the harm caused to those victims and their short-term as well as longer-term needs. And this is part of the effective criteria that you can also see in the guiding principles. Again, there are a list of challenges when it comes to ensuring access to remedy. I won't go through all of them because I think many of you in this room will have been exposed to some or all of these issues before. But as I said previously, effective access to remedy needs to be based upon an all roads to remedy approach. Remedies must be accessible and affordable alongside other considerations. And it's also not just about the actual outcome, it's also about the process. All of this needs to ensure that there is that alignment between the process of providing remedy and the actual remedies provided. And so just to conclude, with respect to notable trends for the next decade, I've already mentioned how the UN Guiding Principles are now a little over a decade old. It has succeeded in providing that common platform for action. It's also helped to popularize the concept of human rights due diligence and the need for a smart mix of both voluntary and mandatory measures. We've also seen states and businesses uptake the UN Guiding Principles to a considerable degree, but more action is needed, needless to say. And the working group itself has come up with some priority action areas, for instance, just transition, digital transformation, amongst others, to ensure that the next decade of the UN Guiding Principles are a transformative decade, that it makes a real difference and it continues making a real difference to the lives of those impacted. And we've seen with some kind of cautious optimism, right? The mandatory wave, the proliferation of the idea that there needs to be more binding human rights due diligence laws and regulations. There's even ongoing negotiations at the UN level towards a legally binding instrument on business and human rights, and a range of other trends that I won't go into here. But let's put it simply that the world is changing. There is that growing expectation that states and businesses need to step up their game when it comes to business and human rights. And again, seeing all of you in this room today really gives me a cause for optimism, because I very much hope that after this session you will be able to go out and really be the people who affect that change, that positive difference for those who are impacted by human rights abuse. So with that, let me end by saying that please do engage with the working group. We would love to hear more from you. There are a range of mechanisms that you can reach out to us and talk more to us about what's needed when it comes to the next decade of business and human rights. So please don't be shy. Please come up and speak to me after this as well if you'd like. With that, I think I'll hand over to Sheikh in order to take us through the M&E declaration. But thank you for your patience in listening.
Thank you very much, Shamon, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Oh.
Just here? Just here. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. So as Dr. Pichaman was explaining, in the whole business and human rights agenda, UNGPs is an international recognized instrument, and it clearly has it in its title. But of course, the whole issue of respect for human rights and labor rights has been on the international agenda for quite a long time. Looking at the UN guiding principles, there is already a direct link with international labor standard, as it have it in its pillar 2, in particular, the whole issue of respecting fundamental principles and rights at work, which are, as you can see it, freedom of associations and effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of forced or child labor, abolition of compulsory labor, elimination of discrimination in respect to employment and occupation, a safe and healthy working environment that has become very recently a fifth fundamental convention of the ILO, and also many other human rights that has elaborated in comprehensive set of international labor standards since the ILO has been created in 1999. So among those, the MNE Declaration, which is the only ILO instrument that addresses enterprises in addition to government, employers, and workers' organizations. It aims to encourage the positive contribution which multinational enterprises can make to economic and social progress and the realization of decent work for all, and to minimize and resolve difficulties to which their various operation may give rise. This is the dual aim of the MNE Declaration, providing support to government, enterprises, employers, and workers to maximize the positive contribution and minimize difficulties that the intervention may give rise. And as it was already explained, we know that some of MNE intervention may indeed give rise to some difficulties. It provides also guidance on general policies as well as employment, training, conditions of work and life, and industrial relations. I'll come back to those principles later. It also urges enterprises to undertake human rights due diligence throughout their operation. As Pichaman was explaining, emphasizing here the importance of meaningful consultations with stakeholders, including workers' organizations. Also urges government to stimulate good practices among their enterprises, including among those operating abroad. Talking about international labor standards for government and enterprises, as you know, the ILO is a standard-setting organization, and when ILO issue international labor standards, those are directed to government first. They should ratify it, and then it becomes binding on governments, who should then translate it in their national legislation to make it binding to enterprises operating in those jurisdictions. But in addition to that, ILO governing body has decided to put, in addition to international labor standards, guidance provided to government enterprises that could directly relate to them and that could directly implement them. Among these, we have the MNE Declaration and also the guidance on fundamental principles and rights at work. Whereas international labor standards apply to government, the principles can be directly applicable by enterprises and others in the jurisdiction. This M&E declaration is a living document, like the UN Guiding Principles. It has been issued first in 1997, which was already more than 40 years ago, when ILO and OECD a year before also issued its multinational enterprise and guidance. It was then revised several times to adjust to the word evolution, mainly in particular in 2000, in 2006, in 2011 to take into account the UNGPs, and in 2015 to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals. Then in 2017, where the ILO revised its declaration, adding to it some tools to promote this declaration, and also adding to it guidance for ILO to support countries and enterprises implement this document in a better way. And very recently, in 2022, December 2022, this document has been revised once again to integrate the new Fundamental Convention on safe and healthy working environment. In terms of its principles, the M&E Declaration aims to encourage, as I said, the positive contribution which multinational enterprises can make to economic and social progress, and the realization of decent work for all, and to minimize and resolve the difficulties to which their operation may give rise. And all the principles are actually derived from international labor standards, be it declarations, convention, and they are actually listed in Annex 1 of the M&E Declaration. You can see it. And if a company or a government want to know more about these convention and recommendation, they can of course find it in the full list in the annex. And then the M&E Declaration is really consistent with the role and responsibilities that Pichamon just outlined in the context of protect, respect, and remedy on business and human rights and guiding principles. Because it clearly highlights the duty of the states to protect through state laws, public policies, measures and action, including in the field of labor administration or public labor inspection, and also good practices of enterprises. Of course, as you know, it promotes also good practices that can be done either through legislation or trade. It also highlights the corporate responsibility, meaning how enterprises and through their practices can conduct due diligence in order to live up to their responsibility to contribute to decent work and obviously to respect human rights. In terms of its approach, the recommendation is very similar to the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. The principles are recommended or are addressed to governments of both home and host countries, also to multinational enterprises and to enterprises, both multinational and national. And I'll come back later to this. It also addresses, well, I was saying I'll come back to this because as as an ILO instrument, we are also a tripartite organization, which means the declaration is also addressed to, in addition to government, also to workers and to employers. And what this instrument does is also to differentiate between role and responsibilities of each of those three actors: government, employers and workers, and multinational enterprises. Each of them have a different role to play, and it also focuses a lot on promoting dialogue at different levels. Dialogue between government and social partners at the country level, within the enterprise itself, between management and workers, what we call industrial relations, between government, social partners, and multinational enterprises, what we call tripartite dialogue, please, because if in a country you have multinational enterprises operating, it is good, according to the MNE Declaration, to also establish spaces for dialogue among all these actors. And finally, dialogue between home and host countries of multinational enterprises, what we call cross-border social dialogue. In terms of business and the MNE Declaration, as I already said, multinational enterprises, the MNE Declaration is addressed to multinational but also to national enterprises. In its content, the idea is to make sure that multinational and national enterprises adhere to the content of the MNE Declaration, and in that regard, it recognizes that multinational enterprises often operate through relationship with other national enterprises as part of their overall production process or as part of their supply chain. And in that regard, they can contribute to further the aim of the declaration. These principles also reflect good practices of all enterprises, multinational and national enterprises. In terms of recommendation, I missed something. The MNE Declaration is also addressed to government and enterprises in 5 areas. First, on general policies, where it touches upon several aspects that government could work on, or multinational enterprises could work on, starting from the respect for the rule of law, which is when it comes to respect for human rights and business in human rights, having already in place laws that could be applied and that could help also government work with multinational and national enterprises is very important. The MNE Declaration provides guidance on this aspect, as well as on the realization of the fundamental principles and rights at work, support multinational enterprises and national enterprises conducting human rights due diligence, promoting good practices, and also facilitating home-host country dialogue to, again, make better use of the presence of multinational and national enterprises and in their contribution to promoting decent work, which means, at the end, respecting human rights. And now the principles of the MNE Declaration relates also to employment. Because employment is one of the most important things, and when we are talking about decent work, this means creating also employment and decent employment. And on that, the whole issue of employment promotion, security, social security, fighting against child labor, equal opportunity and treatment, security of employment are, among others, guidance provided in the M&E Declaration to government. There is also a principle on training. Because training is an important component when it comes to creating jobs, or when it comes to addressing issues that workers may face in their working environment. And in particular, you remember recently during the COVID-19 crisis, many enterprises and workers' organizations reached out to the ILO asking for guidance on how to support workers facing challenges with regard to the consequences of the COVID-19. And these are important aspects that government could put in place, facilities that could help workers facing difficulties transitioning to another job or this kind of opportunities. When it comes to conditions of work and life, which is also the first principle in the M&E Declaration, it relates mainly to wages, benefit and conditions of work, occupational safety, and health that are all part of the M&E Declaration. And finally, talking about industrial relations, the whole issue of freedom of associations and the right to collective bargaining, consultation, access to remedy, as mentioned by Fisherman, and also the settlement of industrial disputes. These are the 5 areas where government and enterprises can receive guidance from the M&E Declaration. One particular article in the M&E Declarations is Article 10 that clearly bring coherence and interlinkages with the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, and it's the one that clearly mentions the importance for enterprises to carry out due diligence, respecting ILO fundamental principles and rights at work, but in particular, one important aspect, as again, we are talking about the ILO, this international organization with a tripartite component, government, employers, and workers, the importance in this due diligence process to take into account consultation with potentially affected groups and other relevant stakeholders, and in this case, workers' organizations are very important stakeholders that need to be involved in the due diligence process, which is, as also Fisherman said, it is not a tick box exercise, but it's an ongoing one, and in that process, workers' representatives should be involved in this as an ongoing process. Very quickly, in terms of operational tools, because if you have this kind of instruments, it is not always easy, I mean, for the common public to make use of it. And for that, the governing body decided in 2017 to introduce operational tools for the promotion of the M&E Declaration. These are, at the governing body level, we have the promotional tools like support provided by, at the highest level, the governing body of the ILO. We have also regional follow-up meetings every 4 years for each region, for each continent, for each region. We have national tripartite level appointed national focal point, ILO technical assistance, and we have also the ILO help desk for business, which is a one-stop shop. I hope some of you have already grabbed some documentation we've put in the booth on the ILO help desk, because it is really the one-stop shop that helps both enterprises, government, and workers to better understand, to ask questions, and to receive answers by experts from the ILO on how to make use of this. We have also the company-union dialogue, which means when a company and a union decide to take advantage of using dialogue, ILO facilities for dialogue, ILO can offer this safe space for them to dialogue in order to find a solution. In addition to that, we have also governing body that could be called upon to resolve some difficulties in understanding of the meaning when this when this happened. Very quickly, one of the operational tools is appointment of national focal point that has been decided in 2017 by the governing body to provide space and platform of dialogue that can bring together the three partners, the tripartite constituents, and sometimes they could add other government ministries or other bodies at the country level to make better use of the M&A declaration when it comes to engaging either with government or with multinational enterprises in due diligence process or in trying to create jobs or decent work. Since 2017, 9 countries have set up national focal point, and I should say that in the Asia region we have Pakistan and Nepal who have already appointed national focal point, and we heard, by the way we are coming here, that a 10th country is also appointing one in Africa. Very quickly, in terms of protecting and respecting labor rights in business operations, as I said, there are distinct roles and responsibilities. If states are to ratify ILO Convention, to put in place national laws and policies and other measures, and business and corporate to put in place corporate policies and practices and to align their activities with national law and international labor standards, then the ILO put in place or has put in place supervisory bodies, technical assistance through labor law, labor inspection, social dialogue mechanism, and also through development cooperation project to help countries and stakeholders better understand the content of the M&A declaration. We also support through technical cooperation projects, some of them the Trade for Decent Work project, to name a few, Better Work project, the Vision Zero Fund, SCORE are among other technical cooperation projects that have been put in place to support countries navigating the M&A declaration and the UN guiding principle on business and human rights. Coming quickly to the linkages that exist between the UNGPs and the ILO M&A declaration, as Chairman already pointed out, labor rights are, of course, human rights, and there are interdependencies, because simply, as she was also mentioning, even in an informal sector enterprises, using child labor, for instance, is something we should avoid. So the interdependence is clearly here. And in terms of its definition as well, under Principle 12 of the UNGPs, it includes clearly the ILO Declaration Fundamental and Principles at Rights and Rights at Work, and differ when it comes to labor issues. The UN guiding principle on business and human rights differ clearly and to the ILO conventions. The M&A declaration also, as I already said, integrate in its paragraph 10, the reference to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Both instruments are, as I already said, addressed to government, to business and workers, and UNGP also clearly mention it. And for the ILO, the integration of social partners in the process is something also very, very important. Both instruments take the same approach, meaning the state duty to protect. States must put in place laws, corporate responsibility to respect. The ILO also recognizes and support corporate to fulfill their duties, and the access to remedy, be it state or non-state base, is also are also part of the area where UNGP and M&A declaration converge. And finally, when it comes to human rights due diligence, I already mentioned it. It's a process for which the M&A declaration highlights the need to include workers in a meaningful consultation, which means respecting the central role of freedom of associations, which is very important, and also collective bargaining and social dialogue, industrial relation as an ongoing process. When it comes to NAP, to conclude, in NAPs we also witness that more and more NAPs now involve employers and workers in the process. They also refer, when doing their baseline studies, to ILO resolution, committee of experts, which help them understand the challenges when it comes to labor in a given country preparing for a NAP, and take them into account, which is really an important progress that has been made over the past years. And finally, the idea is, as Pichaman also concluded with, to make sure that UNGPs, M&A declaration, OECD guidelines are all working toward the same objective, in fact. And what we want to show here is the importance of building coherence, policy coherence, but also trying to avoid as much as possible working in silos. And this was the whole purpose of this joint presentation this morning. On that, I would like to thank you very much for your listening. Don't know if you have, still have some.
We do indeed have a bit of time left. Thank you so much. He is much more efficient than I was with my presentation, so thank you for that.
Very kind.
Let's jump straight to Q&A. We don't have too much time. I'm just going to annoy my fellow co-organizers by adding 5 minutes to the session. But let's see how we go. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yes.
Thank you. It's a very good presentation to understand the content, and also the kind of recent development on business and human rights. So I am Basanta Adhikari, working for UNDP Access to Justice project, and we are supporting government of Nepal to have some discussion and bringing national action plan on business and human rights. So it is still in the drafting phase. Probably government of Nepal may adopt it in few weeks. So when I have actually two questions. So when I was in kind of consultation processes on business and human rights national action plan, when we are working with, engaging with the private sector, business actors, and there was one important question. They were always posing that probably in the name of this national action plan, business and human rights, or the UN guiding principle, they were asking us, the government of Nepal, even to the UNDP, that we are imposing them new set of standards because when we are having the discussion and consultation, so we said that this is, as you said, this is applicable for all sectors of business, whatever size or whatever. And they were asking us if it is so, probably these kind of international standard that has been put in the developing countries like us, so it may kind of discourage us, the developing country and private sector, to provide some sort of concession kind of facilities to the small and medium enterprises. So they were concerned about it. So probably this has been brought. So this is the voice of these people, right? Probably this is the new set of standards developed by the developed countries and put in the developing countries, and because we will not be able to follow all the standards that has been put forward. So this is one question: how we can, justify this. And And you were showing this. This is becoming kind of what you call the fashion now, that bringing due diligence laws. When you're in your presentation, actually, there were many countries having due diligence new laws that is to regulate private sector, business sectors, even government facilitating business sector. So this shows like from 2017 to 2021, there were 8 or 9 new laws by different countries. Probably Nepal may also go for that. But we have so many laws already. We have environmental laws, we have labor laws, we have so many kind of consumer protection laws. Many laws are already in place. And this is not new. And this is whether this is becoming a fashion globally, bringing a new legal instrument, maybe streamlining the new development, or again NAP. So when we are talking about NAP, recently, last week only, I had heard that in Nepal, because government of Nepal is adopting NAP on business and human rights, and I heard that National Human Rights Commission is also, developing NAP. Probably FNCC or private sector may be developing their own NAP. Probably other businesses might be developing their own NAP. Whether this is the right approach, or there should be one national action plan and a specific action plan for a specific kind of sectors that are, because even my project is also developing action plan. Every year we make action plan, we review it. Developing action plan is one, and what is the difference between national action plan and action plan of the specific sector, whether how to term them. So this is what I wanted to ask.
No, thank you. Those were an excellent and very difficult set of questions. In view of time, we're going to not answer your questions at all. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, of course. We will try. But before then, perhaps we can go to you and then noting. So we'll just collect questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for interesting and very informative sessions. My name is Solomon Rajbangsi, and I'm associated with International Labour Organization. So I would be very, very brief and try to be not too pessimistic about the instruments. Of course, this is very complemented to our previous speakers. I think we have too many instruments, and we are very weak in implementation. This is what the challenge is. But I would like to go a little bit more than, look at the situations, not only the South Asia, but also globally. And my concern is what we have to show, what we have to convince, what we have to motivate the stakeholders as we are talking here. Maybe the business community, the industrial community. Are we convinced? Are they convinced about our instruments? How they can implement these instruments so that they can make better business, they can grow up from national to international companies. This is something we are lagging behind. We need to give them a solid, concrete example of business cases about these instruments so that they're convinced, they are ready to invest, and they are very optimistic about these instruments and policies, whatever we have. One example we see in the world now, what is happening. I don't want to name the countries, but the reality we can see there is issues of human rights. But these countries are big business. They are making big, money. So the thing I wanted to put out is our kind of perspective is not we don't have the reality in the ground. We don't have the as I said, the business case to show these people. For example, we know how every country is impacted by the warring situation in Europe, the Ukraine situation. And the countries who are supposed to be champion of democracy, they are kind of, abstain themselves when it comes to voting in the United Nations. These are very complicated, very complex, very conflicting messages we are giving to the people. People, including the donors, or people, including the investors. We are saying one thing and doing another thing. So, as I said, I don't want to name the country. For example,
I might need to ask for that to be the last example as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
For example, let's give example of garment sector. In Bangladesh is kind of coming up as one of the most important suppliers of the garments. You name it. Every global companies, you name it, Nike, Adidas, Target, every the global companies has a supplier in Bangladesh. I'm sure many colleagues are from Bangladesh. I have worked in Bangladesh as well. I can see the human rights situation, particularly I work in the garment sector, so I can give examples of what is the human rights situation in Bangladesh. But Bangladesh has a, I don't know, at this stage, maybe $50 billion industry of garment. But the human rights situation is not improving at all. So these are the situations we need to address so that we can bring more, investors or employers to follow these, instruments. So in the brief, what we need a strong implementation plan for every country globally, and probably we need to also streamline all our instruments into one so that we can go together and implement in the countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you mind handing over the microphone? So we have just 2 minutes left, just to let you know. Please go ahead.
Jajulapa Namaskar from Vidyasrashtra, Newa indigenous people from Kathmandu Valley. And thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. That is really worth it. My question is that human rights due diligence, whose responsibility first, right? We said respect, protect, and remedy, right? So normally, government of Nepal, like I think the elder brother, like who had just first raised question, he has clearly mentioned that Nepal government is not very much protective and responsible to our human rights due diligence in regarding with business or cooperative or whatever it might be. I would like to give, it's not an example, this is a very bitter reality of Newa indigenous peoples who lost their land, their houses were bulldozed, demolished, and we have filed a petition in ILO 169 as well. But the result was nothing, and I came to know that ILO technical assistance is available right here. So we would like to have the assistance. And another my questions is, many declarations is also Nepal is also party to this in 2022. So normally, I was also there in while making the NAP as well. But normally what happened is that small business sector, they were compelled to follow the human rights due diligence, but at the same time not government business houses. So is it only for small business houses in Nepal, or for the Nepal government who always try to grab the indigenous land, territory, and resources? Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you for another set of challenging questions and concerns. So unfortunately, I know you have a small point. We are over time at this stage. I'm not entirely sure, unfortunately, we have the time. So if I can ask for your understanding, please come up and speak with us after this. We would be more than happy to engage because we do have a tea break right afterwards. But Sheikh, would you like to address the questions very briefly? And then we'll elaborate outside.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for handing over to me the hot potato. Solomon.
This is collaboration, by the way.
Nice to see you. I didn't know you was there. Well, I think these are definitely very challenging situation, and we all know. Already the UNGPs has been there for now more than 10 years, and we are just now about to, let's say, seeing countries putting in place national action plan, and even after having them in place, implementing them is still a challenge, we know, and it's really how to say, how to convince, because at the end of the day, you rightly said, convincing business to adhere to these guidelines, to these principles, and to live up to their commitment is something important, and this is the reason why I think we are trying. Also, we would want to have one single, how to say, set of instrument. We know that the complexity of also the way organizations are working, and the way simply the economy is working sometimes make it difficult, and the reason why we are trying between our organization to come together to put some kind of guidance note together is also to simplify and to convince or to facilitate the implementation of these instruments by companies. But more importantly, we know that the reason why these countries that we have listed are now coming with hard law, with mandatory laws, is that for years the voluntary how to say process did not really yield significant or meaningful result. Now it is important for us, of course, to continue supporting countries, government, and companies navigating through these instruments, but it is extremely important that government plays their role, meaning putting in place laws and enforcing them, of course, with the support of everybody. It is more important also for companies to really understand that we cannot, in 2022, continue doing business like we did in the past, and the issue, I mean, the business of business should no longer be business, because only on the fact that, as you said, you should just go outside and see what is happening. This is not, to our understanding, I mean, something acceptable. The reason why we are talking about human rights due diligence, and I think Dr. Pichaman pointed out very clearly, is that when it comes, because the origin of the word due diligence is indeed in business. And when it is in business, companies really do their due diligence. So they should also do it when it comes to human rights. And this is, and we know it, it will be a long way to go. And this is where we are here today. And this is why we're also very happy seeing so many people in this room, because this means that each of you, in fact, want to know and is concerned about this. We have not answered all the questions, but I think we'll continue discussing over break, and I think also well, you can reach out to us anytime. We'll be happy to provide, of course, additional information and guidance. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Sheikh. Look, I will very quickly say the duty is with the state in relation to the issues that you just raised. Of course, there are moments or circumstances where the state does not fulfill its duty to protect, and that is why it is important that businesses are very much part of this conversation. And this is why it's important to not just have state-based judicial and non-judicial mechanisms, but to also have non-state-based grievance mechanisms, including operational level grievance mechanisms, because that is where businesses can come in and address the concerns, the issues, the harm done in a way that can be more effective and faster than going through courts, for instance. Of course, we know that if the world were ideal, all of that would work. We don't live in a perfect world, and we know that there are still ongoing major issues when it comes to actual implementation, which brings me to the point that you raised in terms of national action plans. They sound good, and indeed there should be an overarching national action plan that applies at that national level, and indeed businesses can come up with their own action plans that feed in with those. But the important thing is that those plans move from just being on paper and actually get implemented. And this is too big of an issue, I think, for us to address here in terms of how implementation can happen, because it does vary from context to context. But it is nonetheless incredibly important that we focus now on the implementation side of things. And you can't have proper implementation if there is no inclusive dialogue or multi-stakeholder engagement. Which brings me to the point that you made, very important one. It is important that we tell businesses, right, as we tell states, that the UN Guiding Principles, the MNE Declaration, we're not creating new rules, new obligations, or new expectations. We're reinforcing and trying to enforce current ones that are already expected of states and indeed of businesses. And with the current global trends that we're seeing, businesses need to stay ahead of the game. It's actually in their interest to consider human rights as very much part of their own operations, because soon enough, with all of these different mandatory regulations that we're seeing now, the expectations are going to become even more real. And if they don't want to get caught out, they need to start taking it seriously now. So I would say the key message is we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're trying to actually implement things so that we ensure that together we can drive the car and it actually goes somewhere and not just on this path to nowhere. So with that, thank you so much again. Please go and enjoy the tea break, and we'll see you back at 11 for the next session.
Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Say.
Hello, oh, that is loud. I wasn't expecting the microphone to be so strong. Hi, everyone. We will start shortly. I'm going to go and find one of our speakers. So thank you for your patience. But we will start this session on young workers and the future of work very, very soon. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling this afternoon? Pumped up? Yep. Oh, I'm loving the energy in this room. All right. This is great. I'm so excited for the session because we're going to be trying to do something a bit different from the other sessions so far. We're going to make it a bit more interactive. We're going to throw some questions at you. We're going to get you to talk within your respective groups and come back with us with your thoughts. This is very much modeled on the World Cafe type of, idea that we want more interaction. And I get the feeling that across, over the course of today, there are a lot of things that people want to say, but you probably haven't had that chance yet. So this is our time to kind of go a bit crazy, break some rules in terms of how sessions are normally organized. And I'm very, very honored to have here with me two very distinguished, up-and-coming, rising stars when it comes to business and human rights and the question of young people. So I think what I'd like to do really is to get them to introduce themselves and tell you more about the work that they do, and also to help set the context in terms of what are some of the challenges that are unique to young workers in this region, what are some of the opportunities that they can tap into, but also when it comes to the current business and human rights agenda, what more do we need to do in order to ensure that younger voices are being taken into account. So I'm sure many of you, if you're here in this session today, and thank you for turning up, if you're here today, it's because you care about young voices. It's because you want to think constructively about our future. But it's also because you probably already know and can appreciate the fact that young workers are, in fact, amongst the most vulnerable, right? They're vulnerable to climate change. They're vulnerable to informality, to the gig economy, to a range of other trends that we are now seeing on the rise in this region, but in fact in the broader Asia-Pacific region as well. So you've heard me speak for too many times already today. I'm going to try and stay silent as much as I can and just really come in and moderate things here and there. But without further... Oh, right, yes, of course. Okay, right. No, that's very true. Thank you, Harpreet. Yes, there will indeed be Nepali English translations because colleague here will be speaking in Nepali. So if you would like to collect translation devices, you can do so at the back. So please make sure that you have one handy on you. The other thing to also note is that this session has really contributed from inputs from Harpreet, who may or may not have heard that. Who has really helped to help organize this session as well, alongside the UN Working Group and other colleagues. But without further ado, Sohan, would you like to start by introducing yourself, telling us a bit more about the work that you do, but also we'll come back to you to give us a sense of what's currently happening in the youth space here.
Thank you. It's a great honor to share my community's thought here as a young speaker. And I start with that young people is not future, not tomorrow. Youth people is today, and current and present. Is the first. My name is Shaun Rahman. I am Executive Coordinator of YouthNet for Climate Justice. And we believe no climate justice without human rights, without labor rights. So we are working with UNGP in human rights program, especially nexus between climate justice and human rights. And YouthNet is the largest network in Bangladesh, grassroots-led network with the impacted communities. Young people are working here, and it's a diverse and inclusive network. Thank you. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for that. So, Sohan, Sarmila, would you like to share with us who you are and what you do?
धन्यवाद सम्पूर्णलाई नमस्कार म चाहिँ शर्मिला लामा माङकाल गाउँपालिका वडा नम्बर 2 बाट हो दक्षिण ललितपुर पर्छ अनि त्यसै गरेर अहिले चाहिँ यहाँनेरि कस्तो भइरहेछ भने महिला उद्यमी महासंघबाट चाहिँ धेरै चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ सपोर्ट पाएको छु मैले लगभग 8 वर्ष भयो मैले चाहिँ अनि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ अब भनौं तालिमदेखि लिएर चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म बजारसम्म चाहिँ यहाँनेरि जुन व्यवसाय गर्ने उसमा क्रममा चाहिँ उहाँहरूले धेरै सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको छ अनि त्यस्तै गरेर अब अहिलेसम्म यहाँसम्म उहाँहरूले चाहिँ हातेमालो गर्दैखेरि हामीलाई चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ यहाँसम्म पुर्याउने चाहिँ म एकल महिला पनि हो अनि त्यस्तै गरेर मसँग एउटा छोरी पनि छ हैन अनि त्यस्तै गरेर अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ जे होस् मेरो चाहिँ यो महिला उद्यमी महासंघसँग आबद्ध भएर चाहिँ कस्तो भने उहाँ चाहिँ मेरो दोस्रो आमा नै हुनुहुन्छ हस् त धन्यवाद
Thank you very much. Okay, for some reason I have 2 microphones now. I'm not trying to hog the microphones, but Sohan, would you like to share with us your insights, your thoughts when it comes to the unique challenges that young workers face, and indeed youth in general, in light of the different cross-cutting crises that we see but also, how can we amplify the voices of young workers, of youths in the business and human rights agenda?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Great, thank you. So we are in a planetary crisis, sometimes mentioned triple crisis and compound crisis. So crisis and crisis. Like we are in climate crisis, we are in conflict and pandemic. And in our community, sometimes face all crises together. The community in a cyclone, they are under pandemic and climate crisis. So we young people, we are most vulnerable because IPCC report last assessment said that children who born 2020, they will face the high number of extreme event, not just some weather event, extreme event. So, but like you will not face that much higher event in your lifespan.
Are you saying I'm old?
No, you younger, but who joined, who born,
Younger.
but who born in 2020, he or she
Of
faced
course,
the
of course.
huge number of extreme event like me or you.
Of course.
That's why young people and children, they are most vulnerable. First one. Second one, changing. This forum is highlighting the changing world. So changing world means climate change. Changing world means conflict world, as well as digital transformation. Like last year, we can hire a computer man or women or human who can type. But now I can order to ChatGPT, write an article about the forum or tweet post or article or biodata. So those people who are under-skilled, they will lose their job. But intelligent young people, they will use ChatGPT and will harness the potentiality of digital technology. So we young people facing digital divide, we young people facing gender discrimination, and in the world, 15% young people in a workforce. It's near 541 million young people. And the latest report by the UNICEF in South Asia, so 1,000 young people entering the workforce every day. So and it's before COVID, but it's a big stadium to play and build a good business, but need a youth-friendly ecosystem, youth-friendly stadium to harnessing the business potentiality. But by 2030, we're focusing on SDG. Half of the young people currently is not in right track. What's the right track? In education. What's the right track? In training. What's the right track? In employment. That's mean NEET. But half of the young people, due to poverty, due to disaster, due to climate change, due to pandemic, they are out of the school, out of the training, out of the employment. So it's a huge crisis for us. So for focusing on business, focusing on human rights, so youth must be put on the heart of all business and all policies and programs. It's a fast requirement. And business should be climate proof. What means climate proof? Climate proof means business means that in Bangladesh, so garments factory, this extreme weather event. So research said that every person losing 2.5 hours productive time due to for the heat wave, as well as mental health. So jobs, it's our rights as young people, as well as the environment, safety, it's also our rights. So we need also healthy support, health support, occupational support, especially mental health support for these people. And another ignored issue is that sexual reproductive health and rights, especially for women also. So all business should be climate proof, youth friendly, youth responsive, and SRH friendly. Thank you. Over to you.
No, thank you for that. Indeed, it's a slate of challenges there that you've just highlighted, and absolutely we don't talk enough really about things that are intangible like psychological health. And I engage a lot with young people in my line of work, which is teaching at a university, And increasingly I'm hearing about them, not just their anxieties in relation to going out into the job market and finding good, secure work, but equally how that is compounded by their climate anxiety. There are some who I know can't go to sleep at night because they're very sincerely worried about their survivability in the years ahead. So thank you for highlighting all of those points. Sarmila, I really admire what you've been doing in terms of the life that you've led, but also the advocacy that you've been doing as well. Can you share with us your insights, your lived experiences as a young worker, navigating, some oftentimes very difficult terrain, especially as a young woman as well? Can you share with us your thoughts in terms of what should we be doing to ensuring that young workers are supported and that their voices, again, are heard as part of the business and human rights agenda?
मेरो बुझाइमा चाहिँ कस्तो भने अब सुरुमा चाहिँ अब मैले व्यवसाय गर्ने क्रममा चाहिँ अब स्टार्ट त त्यही महिला उद्यमी महासङ्घबाटै तालिम लिएर भयो। अनि त्यसपछिबाट चाहिँ अब जुन व्यवसाय गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ पहिला सुरुमा मेरो चाहिँ नाउँमा जग्गाबाडीहरू केही थिएन। अनि त्यसपछिबाट चाहिँ दर्ता गर्न धेरै गाह्रो भएको थियो। अनि त्यसपछि यही महिला उद्यमी महासङ्घले नै दर्ता गरिदिनु भयो। अनि त्यसपछि उहाँहरूले नै अनि धेरै सपोर्ट गर्नुभयो। अनि त्यसपछि अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ उहाँहरूले सपोर्ट गर्दै आउँदा सङ्घर्ष गर्नु चाहिँ धेरै गाह्रो हुन्छ एकल महिलालाई। अनि अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ जे होस् महिला उद्यमी महासङ्घले नै यो बजार क्रनीदेखि लिएर हरेक चिजसम्म चाहिँ धेरै सपोर्ट गर्नुभएको छ। अनि त्यसपछि अहिले छोरी पढाउनु पनि धेरै गाह्रो थियो मलाई हैन। अहिले जे होस् यही काम गरेर चाहिँ धेरै राम्रो भइरहेछ अहिलेसम्म। अनि अहिले चाहिँ कस्तो भने यहाँबाट चिन्दै सबै ठाउँमा चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ कस्तो भने राम्रो अर्डरहरू आउने हैन। उहाँहरूले नै सपोर्ट गरेर उहाँहरूले नै अब यो भनौँ न कस्तो भने धेरै अब कस्तो भने गडेको पनि धेरै काम गर्दै जाँदाखेरि धेरै जोखिमहरू चाहिँ भयो। धेरै भोग्नु पर्यो मैले चाहिँ धेरै यो अब लडाइँहरू चाहिँ धेरै खेल्नु पर्यो। त्यस्तै गरेर कस्तो भने अब एउटा गर्छु भन्दा पनि कस्तो भने हामीलाई चाहिँ शत्रु लाग्ने के तँ गर यसरी गर यस्तो गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने भन्दाखेरि पनि तैँले चाहिँ यसरी गर्नु हुँदैन भनेर चाहिँ खुट्टा तान्ने मान्छेहरू चाहिँ धेरै थियो मलाई। अनि त्यस्तै गर्दै पनि सङ्घर्ष गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ कस्तो भने मलाई चाहिँ सपोर्ट के भन्दा नि महिला उद्यमी भयो कि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ राम्रो उहाँहरूले चाहिँ बजार जुन यो लकडाउनको बेला थियो हैन। अनि त्यसै लकडाउनको बेलामा पनि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ कस्तो भने यो अनलाइन सपिङ भनेर राखिदिनु भयो कि मेरो फेसबुकमा हालिदिनु भयो। अनि त्यसपछि अनि मैले चाहिँ सामानहरू बनाएर स्टक राखेको थिएँ नि त। अनि त्यसपछि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ यो अनलाइनमा हालेर सबै बिगाइदिनु भयो। अनि त्यो पनि धेरै ठुलो सपोर्ट भयो। अनि त्यसपछि अब त्यसो गर्दै जाँदाखेरि अनि अहिले जे होस् अहिले आएर चाहिँ मलाई धेरै राम्रो भइरहेछ। अहिले अर्डरहरू धेरै राम्रो आइरहेछ हैन। तर सुरुमा सङ्घर्ष गर्दै पनि खुट्टा लडखडिँदाखेरि जे होस् थाम्ने चाहिँ महिला उद्यमी महासङ्घ नै हो मेरो लागि चाहिँ हैन। अनि अहिले चाहिँ अब त्यस्तै काम गर्दै गइसकेपछि जे होस् पछि हट्नु नहुने रहेछ, अघि बढ्नलाई किनभने चाहिँ आफू बलियो हुनुपर्ने रहेछ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ लाग्छ। अब जे होस् भाग्यले गर्दाखेरि कोरोना त्यत्रो लाग्यो। अनि त्यसपछि अब त्यत्रो कोरोना लाग्दा पनि मलाई चाहिँ भगवानको कृपाले केही पनि भएन कि फेरि त्यो बिचमा पनि मलाई चाहिँ कस्तो भने त्यो कुनै पनि त्यो जुन सबैजनालाई कोरोना लाग्यो यताउता भन्ने हुँदाखेरि तर मेरो छोरी र मलाई चाहिँ एकदम राम्रो कस्तो भने त्यो बेलामा पनि कुनै त्यो खोकी पनि लागेन के त्यो पनि एउटा भाग्यको कुरा हो हैन अनि त्यही भएको भएर मलाई चाहिँ एकदमै कस्तो भने जोस मैले चाहिँ महिला उद्यमी नपाएको भए अहिलेसम्म आत्महत्या नै गरिसक्थ्यो होला सायद किनभने समाजले नराम्रो दृष्टिले हेर्छ किनभने एकल महिला भइसकेपछि एक्लै सङ्घर्ष गर्नु भने चाहिँ धेरै गाह्रो हुने रहेछ कि अनि अहिले चाहिँ कस्तो लाग्छ भने सबै कुरा चाहिँ पछाडि छोडेर आफू मात्रै हेर्नुपर्ने रहेछ र म कहाँ पुग्नुपर्ने रहेछ मैले काम गर्दै जाँदाखेरि मैले अरूको कुरा सुन्नु हुँदैन आफ्नो चाहिँ फोकस कहाँनिर पुर्याउनु पर्ने त्यो मात्रै गर्नुपर्ने रहेछ भन्ने कुरा नि भयो अनि किनभने चाहिँ उनीहरूले भनेको जस्तै भयो भने त उनीहरूले त्यही सोचमा चाहिँ राखिराख्यो भने चाहिँ किनभने चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ कहिले अगाडि बढ्न नसक्ने रहेछ जस्तो लाग्यो अनि त्यसपछि मैले चाहिँ के गरेँ कामलाई फोकस दियो उनीहरूले भनेको कुराहरू सुनेन अनि त्यसपछि अहिले चाहिँ अब जतिजना मान्छेहरूले नि अहिले सबै त्यो जुन हेप्ने मान्छेहरूले अहिले चाहिँ यस्तो भएछ नि भनेर अहिले उनीहरूले नै नमस्कार गर्छ त्यस्तै मलाई त्यो नै एकदम ठुलो लाग्छ अनि त्यस्तै गरेर अहिले चाहिँ कस्तो भने मैले अनि अहिले आएर अहिलेको उसमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ किनभने चाहिँ म एकल महिला भएर पनि अगाडि बढ्नलाई चाहिँ जे होस् सक्ने रहेछ आफ्नो हिम्मत सबैभन्दा आफू हिम्मत ठुलो चाहिने रहेछ सम्पत्ति भनेको आफ्नो ज्यान ठुलो र आफू चाहिँ कस्तो भने अब दुख बिमार भएन भनेर आफ्नो ज्यानमा चाहिँ कुनै पनि रोग छैन भने त्यो चाहिँ सबैभन्दा ठुलो रहेछ जस्तो लाग्छ किनभने चाहिँ रोग नभएपछि धेरै ठुलो कुरा चाहिँ हुने रहेछ जस्तो लाग्छ
Thank you very much. Powerful words there from both of you in terms of how do we move forward, but certainly there's a consensus there that we must move forward despite the adversity, despite the challenges, despite the barriers and the enemies who might stand in our way. So I think now we have quite a sense, at least, of what young workers experience, but also the broader set of challenges that they now face. What I'd like to do is just to get a kind of a show of hands in the room. How many people here in this room are from civil society or civil society organizations, NGOs and so forth? Okay, great, thank you. How many are from the private sector, from businesses or employers associations? Excellent, wonderful. We have scoped you out. Thank you for gradually putting your hand up in a very dramatic way. Welcome. And how many are from government? Excellent. One person. Great. Now we know whom we're going to focus. Excellent. And okay, how many from international organizations? I see some colleagues from UN agencies here, of course. Yep. Excellent. Great. So what I'm now going to ask you to do is, take a moment to reflect on what you've heard just now. You're already in your respective groups, but if you're not already at a table, please come and join one. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes as a first round to just talk amongst yourselves in terms of what stood out to you after hearing from these two really remarkable individuals. What do you see as being the challenges and also the opportunities facing young workers and youth more generally in this space and in the work that you do? But also, what good practices exist to ensure that the rights of young workers, of youths, are actually being respected and that they are safeguarded from precarious work, from unsafe, labor conditions, from business-related human rights abuses more generally? So those are some big questions there. And I know 10 minutes is not going to be enough, but what we'll do is for you to do a first round, report back to see what you have to say. We'll perhaps respond to your responses, and then we'll go for further rounds. Hopefully we'll have enough time for that. All right, so please break into your groups, start the discussions, introduce yourselves. There's one government person there, so if you want to surround him as well, that's also a possibility. Just kidding. But please go ahead and jumpstart the discussion. Sorry, I don't think you hear me. It's okay. It's okay. butt to get. Just kidding. Can I ask you for your help because the lady who was speaking Nepalese, she's just joining a table and I don't think she understands anything. Would it be possible for you to help? Thank you so much. Can I get interpreter? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Great. I am hearing such very interesting discussions. If I can draw your attention for a moment and be that person who interrupts dynamic conversation. Harpreet's laughing for some uncontrolled reason. I'm that voice who will cut into people's conversations. All right, people, can I please get your attention for a moment? Or not? I'm a big shiny kangaroo. Someone actually heard that. Okay, I was like, you're welcome to go back. Thank you very much. The two of you, would you like to join me back on stage? That might actually help. It's very interesting, isn't it? I know. I heard things. I heard lots of things. Thank you. Please, please, please have a seat. Oh, hold on. We just lost Sohan. We lost one of our speakers, did we? No, he's just getting a headset. All right. Welcome back. I know, I love this. I love the fact that people are talking, they aren't listening to me, which is always a good sign. And look at that table, they're still talking with hand gestures and everything. Hello. All right, so I have heard some very interesting things, so I feel like there's a lot already that people are going to be able to share, not share. So let me get a sense. At your respective tables, which table talked a lot about challenges? Okay, good. Which tables talked more about recommendations and the way forward? Recommendations? The government table? No, they don't have their hand up. Looking at you. All right, so, and I think I also heard people talk about opportunities and what the future of work is going to look like. So if your table talked a lot about that, can you show me your hands? Not enough time. Okay, I feel that that's a grievance, a complaint. We're not going to go there. But I am actually, government table, which is not government table because there's only one person there. What did you talk about? Challenges and good practices. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go around. I'm going to give you a microphone. If you can please keep it to like no more than 3 minutes, summarizing the key point from your discussion. You can focus just on challenges, you can focus just on opportunities, or good practice, or the future that you envisage as well. But we're going to not start with this group because they complained. I'm just kidding, of course. Here you go.
Should I start? Yeah, I mean, hello everybody. We've been mainly focused on on challenges in terms of lack of lack of enabling environment due to lack of networking, lack of opportunity, also in terms of starting from kind of possibility to provide leadership, that can boost the self-confidence of youth, especially disadvantaged, vulnerable youth, right? They have no network, they don't know really where to go, how to go, and the social norms that we have heard, the social norm, the constraint, the pressure that they face. And then we also talk a little bit about the lack of accountability within the system, that perhaps there is provision, but there is also a lot of cloud, a lot of unclarity and lack of accountability on how this provision could be actually used. It's not really lack of money or resources. Money resources are there, I think, for Nepal. It's not lack of budget, but lack of spending the budget. And lack of accountability, transparency that would allow a lot of you to really take advantage. I don't know other points.
We also talked about how there has been a digital divide, but there has not been intergenerational collaborations where youth could come, talk about their feelings, and then they would be like channelized into their respective selves. We also talked where to start and who would be the guiding ones for us. So a culture of mentee and mentorship where people would be able to guide you through things. And when we talk about lack of transparency too, this is also something set by the older generations for the young ones. So we talked about all those priorities, and we also talked about the gender dynamics where we're still stuck in the binary aspect of gender, but we have been failing to account all other spectrums of it. So I think that was about it.
Like maybe final point to add, the discussion around the gap between future skills that are needed and the educational system and the skills that are currently transferred.
I was also from UNICEF. And UNICEF, of course, released the report that Sohan mentioned previously that identified that gap in terms of training the future generation, imbuing them with the skills that's needed, right, in order to meet those demands into the future. So UNICEF people right there, if you wanted to go and tackle them later. Thank you. All right, we're going, because I know this group kind of talked about possibilities, opportunities, so we're gonna keep them towards the end a little bit. Who here also had digital transformation, those types of issues as a challenge? Anyone? Yeah? Over there. Okay. Great, interesting. Would you like to just share with us then the kind of the challenges that you identified?
I think it's the same concept of skills at the current education, conventional education system, and future skills required. And then what we see that maybe with the digital transformation, what is essential for young people is life skills, soft skills required, because in addition to the knowledge they acquire from the conventional education system, they also need soft skills, life skills in terms of communication skills, which will all remain. It will remain forever because they would need communications, conflict resolution skills, also negotiation skills. All life skills would be required even maybe after most of the professional occupation will be taken over by the let's say by the digital revolution, digital transformation. Therefore, I think it's essential to invest in life skills for young people, and it would be essential for even young labor migrants, even for young people entering the labor force. I mean, irrespective of the profession and then their qualification, these life skills would be essential for young people. Still, life skills are essential now and will remain relevant and essential for the future.
Great. Did anyone from that group wanted to say something? You have a couple of minutes still.
Concerning also one element is about inclusion, and also our colleagues mentioned about the links to the families and to corruption challenges to the young people. But I think these issues might be addressed by the digital transformations.
Okay, yeah, actually, there's the young people. Our main challenge is that not all the young are facing the same challenges. For example, the young from oil families, they are facing challenges one way, but the young from the poor family are facing challenges from other way, because the structural inequalities is the reason behind. Because they are poor youths are not allowed to avail all the facilities the state are providing due to structural inequalities. So that's another thing is that corruption is, for poor youths, corruption is very expensive, because the well-off families youths can buy the corruption. If anyone want to start a business, then the way the youth need to follow is very difficult to start the business. So every stage there is a corruption, and you have to pay to go further. So that corruption is very expensive. So, and that is also that challenge also well-off youths face one way, but poor youths are facing in other way, and that's why the poor youths are not coming in the business, because they have good idea, but they cannot launch their business due to corruption. They cannot buy that corruption. So that is in other way. So youth's challenge is very difficult. It's another way. That's youth's their vision. You will find very in the South Asian countries, we are actually losing our vision. Youths have youths rarely can find the vision. Actually, where they want to go, where they want to reach, and the main another challenge is that technology or this global, not only technology, global market, global economy is changing very rapidly. Rather, before even after 20, after 2000, because before that, economy or global environment, global market was changing slowly, but nowadays it is changing very rapidly. So challenge is huge, and the opportunity also huge. Thank you.
Thank you. So already we're hearing about issues to do with transparency, accountability, corruption as well, and more specifically in terms of how do we kind of craft that vision, right? And we're going to take remarks from one more table, and then I'm going to throw it back to our speakers here for them to comment on what they've been hearing so far. And don't worry, we will come for another second round as well. But I came here because I saw your hand up earlier, and I also sat in their group, and they had some very interesting things to say about migration and intersectionality concerns as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for the floor. So I am Sabarani Moharjan from Asia Indigenous Youth Platform. As I am an indigenous youth and work for them, I wanted to, put some perspective towards the challenges faced by the indigenous community, especially the indigenous youth, right? So when we talk about the challenges, well, when we go to the job market, the challenges we face is, systematic discrimination and, like they said, structural inequality. In what terms, if you say, is that, there is this prejudice, right? Whenever we say or introduce ourselves as belonging from an indigenous community, our competency is questioned, right? We are not competent enough comparing to the, so-called other communities. So that is what we face. And also another thing is, as we indigenous people, especially in the rural areas, they have no access to quality education. So, let alone they do not, some of the indigenous youth in rural area, they do not know how to fluently speak Nepali. It's a far-fetched thing to talk about international language like English or anything else. So there is a serious lack of, inclusion of mother tongue languages when we talk about, in the perspective of the job market as well. And also another thing is, because of that, not only that, also we are underpaid, definitely, right? They ask for, very experienced people, but then when we talk about the payment, it's not quite enough, and it's not enough to sustain our livelihood. So what it does is, the youth are basically forced to migrate to, other countries. So that is also one of the problem. And talking about the challenges from the gender perspective, actually, many women, youth, actually, they face this sexual harassment in the workplace. We are not safe enough. So that is also one of the major problem we discussed here. So yeah, I'd like to end here because time limit. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everyone. So first, I would like to say something to Roman, right? So, Sohon, sorry. You said that in this upcoming, our transformations in our daily life due to digital. So we don't need the human because all of things are doing by these digital things. But thing is, we should remember that machine works, but we need someone who can judge if that machine is doing right or wrong. Even that AI write all these articles, all these designs, everything, but we need human to look after that. And humans we all are having the difference in this artificial life, in this digital life, is that we have emotions, we have feelings, we have the creation power. We create this everything, but AI, this artificial, is only follow what we create. So first thing is that, and second thing, in between our colleagues, we have discussed a few problems and challenges, and I want to share everyone that we really, as a Nepali, we really do have lots of challenges and problems in our daily life. From birth to death, when we die, after we take birth, we challenge the quality educations. Even we get quality educations, we face the high cost of quality educations. We face high cost of food, unhygienic food. After that, we have to face the expensive health facilities. Even that, we have to face high transportations cost. Let's say if today you can check in your phone, if we have to travel Australia, you will find there that from Australia to Nepal, maybe ticket fare will be $600, $700, but from Nepal to Australia it will be $1,500. So it's double. So we have to, you know, as an Asian country, we have to face these kinds of things. Everybody knows that Asian countries are underdeveloping. Yeah, they are just developing. We have less purchase power, and the facility provided by other nations or others like organizations, they still not thinking much. And as my colleagues told you earlier, that in our society, what I say is we have to face sick mentality. That sick mentality which leads to sexual harassment, religious, gender, indigenous discriminations. They underestimate youths also. They think that we are not enough to change the nations, change the communities. But we youth can change a community, nations, the world. And in Nepal, I would like to salute the all women's. For example, in Nepal, I don't know in other countries, but in Nepal we had already women president, House of Speaker, Chief Justice, and they are the very good example for the women's. So I want to use applause for all the women's idol women who are the idol models for all Nepalese and for the world. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Let's applaud the women. Let's applaud the young people in the room, and let's also applaud the older generation that has brought us to where we are today, right? We can't do this without everyone involved. So let's just do a round of applause to pick us up a little bit. Great. Thank you so much for your insights until now. And I also had to say, we have a gender intersectionality expert right here. I'm doing an arrow, by the way, just to make it clear. But let me throw everything back to our speakers. Would you like to respond or just reflect on some of the observations made so far by the different tables? I'll go to you.
I am not disagreed with him. I shared that the like data operator, data entry operator, who were freelancer, they will lose job. But day by day, creative works will be highly paid or highly demandable. So, and we have to adapt with this technology also. So for mobile technology transformation, postman left her job, but new people, young people or people are joining the telecom sector. So at future of work, so like emotional intelligence. So now we are talking about artificial intelligence, but we have also focused on emotional intelligence, as well as the negotiation, who is mentioned by one team is a soft skill. So sometimes we are focusing on technical skill, but it also needed the soft skill like negotiation, team building, leadership. So another experience from us that like youth organization. So those young people working in youth organization, so they learn from this practice how to work in a team, how to negotiate with different organization or even process. So they are in right track. But some young people, they are completing job, but they are not empowered. Like they can't talk, they can't write, but they have a high certificate. So sometimes in changing world, certificate needed, sometimes prerequisite, but many company are looking for skill. So how we can capacitate young people with the future jobs and skills? So our skill set, and in Bangladesh we have skill development authority, youth development department, women development department. So they are providing many training, but still is huge mismatch between market and demand, as well as our curriculum or education. So we have to transformative education system, training mechanism, as well as investment on young people to tapping or leveraging the youth dividend. So it's, and as well as young people is not a homogeneous group. So we have to focus on youth with disabilities, transgender, indigenous communities, and make the environment free, environment safe space for them. So then young people will contribute in this process or mechanism. Thank you.
I like the idea of the youth dividend, right? And how do we invest in that, but also cash out on that as well?
So like in Bangladesh, we are graduating LDCs and we are thinking dividend, but it will be disaster if we can't leverage this dividend. Thank you.
Great. Sharmila, would you like to share your thoughts on what you've heard so far?
मैले भन्नु पर्दाखेरि अब सबैकोबाट अब त्यही एउटै कुरा हो हैन, जब त्यो 100 हातको डोरी बाट्यो भने एउटै गाँठो, 1 हातको डोरी बाट्यो भने एउटै गाँठो भने जस्तै है, सबैको त्यस्तै। अनि कस्तो भने अब हामीहरूले चाहिँ व्यवसाय अब भनौँ, म पनि मेरै उदाहरणबाटै भनौँ हैन, म पनि अब 5 वर्ष त मैले चाहिँ अरबी कन्ट्रीमा बिताएर नि आएको हो। अनि त्यसपछि त्यतिखेर चाहिँ अब म केही जान्दिनँ थिएँ नि त। अनि पहिला सुरुमा चाहिँ कस्तो भने अब मैले जे होस् यहीँ नै काम गर्दा पनि मेरो चाहिँ स्यालेरी दिनु न भन्नु पनि डर लाग्थ्यो कि। अनि जब म बाहिर गएर अनि आइसकेपछि चाहिँ अनि फेरि म बाहिरै जाने क्रममा थियो। अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ के भयो भने अनि म पनि यहीँ बसेर केही गर्छु भन्ने चाहिँ सोच आयो कि। अनि त्यसपछि मैले चाहिँ 3 रोपनी जग्गा लिएर तरकारी खेतीबाट, कृषिबाट सुरु गरेँ। अनि ठ्याक्क महिला उद्यमी आउनु भएर ठ्याक्क यो कस्तो भने अनि यो ट्रेनिङ दिने भन्ने कुरो भयो। अनि त्यसपछि त्यहाँ ट्रेनिङ लिएपछि मैले काम सुरु गरेँ। अनि जे होस् व्यवसाय आफू मालिक र अरूलाई मालिक भन्नुमा धेरै फरक पर्छ हैन, किनभने सानो होस् आफू मालिक होस् त्यो ठुलो छ। किनभने ठुलो मालिक धेरै पैसा भन्दाखेरि थोरै चाहिँ आफ्नो होस् तर सानै मालिक बन्नु धेरै राम्रो कुरा छ। अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ अब कस्तो भने एउटा व्यवसाय गरिसकेपछि फेरि अर्को व्यवसायमा हात हाल्छु भनेर त्यो गर्नु गलत हो धेरै। किनभने आफ्नो व्यवसाय पहिला सुरु गर्यो अनि त्यसपछि फेरि अर्को त्यसलाई चाहिँ अब स्टक राख्ने अर्को सुरु गर्छु भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ फेरि त्यसमा पनि लस हुन जान्छ। बरु त्यसमा चाहिँ किनभने हामीले अब मैले जस्तै गर्दै अब हस्तकला गरिरहेको छु भने त्यसमै सेम टु सेम मिल्ने कुन चाहिँ त्यसमा अवसर खोज्ने। अनि त्यसपछि त्यसमा खोज्दै गइसकेपछि आफ्नो त्यो पनि सँगसँगै आफ्नो जुन हतियारहरू हुन्छ अब त्यो पनि सँगसँगै लगानी गर्नु पनि अर्को परेन नि त, त्यसैले नै हुने भयो नि त। अनि त्यो सेम त्यसमै मिल्ने चाहिँ खोज्नुपर्ने हुने रहेछ क्या। मैले गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ अहिले जस्तै मैले बाँसको गरिरहेको छु हैन, अनि बाँसको सँगसँगै अहिले घाँसको गर्न थालेछु के म। अनि भनेपछि सँगसँगै भयो नि त। अनि त्यो भएर किनभने अब एउटा व्यवसाय गर्दैछ अर्कोमा हात हाल्ने अनि फेरि अर्कोमा हात हाल्ने गऱ्यो भने चाहिँ त्यो आफू बेकुन हो, मलाई चाहिँ त्यस्तो लाग्छ। फेरि अब कस्तो हो भने अब एउटा व्यवसायमा अघि बढ्नलाई चाहिँ धेरै कुरा त आइहाल्छ हैन, धेरै कुरा नराम्रो नि आउँछ राम्रो नि आउँछ। एक त फेरि भन्नु चाहिँ अब सभापति अब प्रधानमन्त्री सबै महिला त भयो, तर जुन महिलाहरू त्यहाँ पुग्नु पर्ने र जानुपर्ने ठाउँमा तर त्यो पुगिरहेको छैन के। जाने मान्छे गइसक्यो फड्को मार्यो, तर त्यो मान्छेहरूले फड्केर महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ हेर्दैन के। किनभने ऊ सही ठाउँमा माथि पुग्यो सक्यो, म त यो हो ऊ हो अरूलाई चाहिँ बरु भन्नु त भन्छ उनीहरूले पनि। कसैले त राम्रो गरे त ताली पनि खान्छ, नराम्रो गरे त गाली पनि खान्छ भने जस्तै बरु हाम्रो व्यवसाय गरेर गयो भने हामीले ताली नै पाउने रहेछ। किनभनेपछि त्यो म पनि अब यसमा काम गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ जे होस् मैले भनिहालेँ नि पहिला पहिला मलाई चाहिँ नि घृणा गर्ने मान्छेहरूले अहिले सोलिड गर्छ के किन गर्छ भन्दाखेरि किनभने चाहिँ मैले अब यही काम गरेर चाहिँ मैले अस्ति हेरिटेज गार्डनमा यस्तै मेला भएको थियो अनि त्यहाँनिर जाँदा मैले सफल उद्यमीमा अवार्ड पनि पाएँ होइन अनि त्यो सट्ट फेसबुकमा लाउँदाखेरि अनि सबै गाउँलेहरूले ओहो यस्तो भएछ प्रधानमन्त्रीबाट चाहिँ अवार्ड पाएर हालेछ भन्ने पनि भयो क्या भनेपछि मलाई चाहिँ त्यसमा चाहिँ के लाग्यो भनेदेखि किनभने चाहिँ पछि भएको भए म पछि नै हुन्थ्यो तर अघि बढिसकेपछि चाहिँ किनभनेपछि जे भयो नि आफू चाहिँ स्ट्रङ भएर चाहिँ अघि बढ्नुपर्ने रहेछ भन्ने कुरो चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ धेरै छ तर गर्दै गर्दाखेरि जुन महिला दिदीबहिनीहरूले जुन व्यवसाय गर्दा पनि अरूको कुरा नसुन्नु आफूले पहिला सुरुमा आफूले आफूलाई नै अनुगमन गर्नु के त्यो गर्दै जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ मैले के गर्दा ठिक हुन्छ सुन्नुपर्छ अरूको कुरा सुन्नुपर्छ तर डिसिजन चाहिँ आफूले लिनुपर्ने रहेछ किनभनेपछि त्यो एकदमै चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ धेरै सोचेर विचार गरेर धेरै हुन त कसैले राम्रो गर्दाखेरि नराम्रो पनि भन्छ राम्रो गर्दा नराम्रो पनि भन्छ त्यो चाहिँ म चाहिँ यसमा ढुक्का छु भनेर आफूले आफूलाई गर्व गर्नुपर्छ र आफूले आफूलाई विश्वास गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ हस् त
Great, and indeed self-confidence is something we say a lot, right, to young people. You need to be confident, you need to go out there and put yourself out there, but then of course we don't support them to actually do that either. They go out there into the world and they realize, well, they're vulnerable to exploitation because they don't actually know what the market forces are looking like. They don't know whom they're up against, and if they don't know the sector well enough, then they are also at a disadvantage from that perspective. So it kind of goes back to the points made previously about the need to address that skills gap, right? So for this next round, and we have just about 10 minutes, and I know that Harpreet is in the room, so she will gradually walk up onto the stage if we are going a bit, just kidding. So we don't have too much time left, but I did want to dedicate at least the final moments to thinking about what can change and what needs to be done. So I'm kind of looking at, I saw the ladies over here nodding their heads vigorously. Would you like to share in a couple of minutes what you discussed?
So firstly, we ran out of time talking about the challenges. But I think there are two important points that I would still like to reiterate about the challenges that young people face. The first one is we don't see future in our country anymore, and that breaks our heart. And it's not that we don't want to stay in our countries and work for the countries, but we don't see employment opportunities there. So state has failed us in that regard. And then we move out to foreign countries for the search of employment and educational opportunities, and nobody thinks about the emotional and mental well-being we are having in abroad countries. The distance that that we have with our families, the emotional vulnerabilities that we go through, the mental breakdowns that we go through, nobody is thinking about that. Secondly, we also talked about the unhealthy competition that young people have to endure to make a food for themselves in the global market. Very less positions, too many people to apply. And on top of that, when we come out as fresh graduates into the employment market, we are short-skilled. We have a lot of things to prove for ourselves. And add to that, just to count on our experiences, we end up doing internships, volunteerisms, which is great actually. I myself have done it quite many times in my career, but now as I work and I understand the work
summarized all of the problems and the solutions that we were discussing on our table. And for the solution, what we have thought is about the making of the responsible corporate policies that would be healthy for all the youths as well as the other employees who are of all the age groups, which could include the proper remuneration system as well as the health policies as well as the environment friendly policies, which could actually lead to some of the positive changes, creating the healthy working environment, which could also support the mental health issues too. So that is the sum of the solution that we have been discussing on our table. So if any of
Thank you. We majorly talked about all these issues, but then, okay, about environmental challenges, what we believe is there are numerous big business houses being operated soon, right? And example has already given by Soman sir that Bangladesh is facing a lot of challenges in terms of climate change due to the garment industries, right? And then for further business houses need to make we believe that business houses, while making the policies, they should create some strict policies regarding environmental protections and as well as other other solutions as well in their policies. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Last point, please. I missed it out. Listening to Sharmila Didi, we'd also like to acknowledge whatever she faced through, and it would be also of great help if government could acknowledge or whatever institutional support for women who would like to do something. So that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Great. So I can hear the other room still going. We have about 2 minutes left, and we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 tables that we haven't unfortunately gone around to. So, it's 1 minute now, but can I ask you to just share from your table the one key observation that really jumped out at you, and that you'd like to leave the rest of us with, so that we can go into the tea break and just contemplate all of these questions further. We'll start with your table.
So basically our table, we were all Nepalese here, so we basically discussed on issues that were pertaining mostly in Nepal. So for the challenges bit, what we discussed was mostly it was the policy level challenges that we face, which includes like the monetary regulations from NRB, which is always fluctuating, to a very small market scale, to like bank loan accessibility. Like, you know, if you want mortgage for your house or your car, you can actually easily get bank loans for it. But if you are a small business entrepreneur, it's very difficult for you to access bank loans as well. And even when there are government subsidy, for example, for agriculture, there are actually a lot of government grants that come from like the central government as well as the local level government. And even to access that, you have to have certain amount of deposit that you have to give, like you have to present before you can actually collect the subsidy, that too in installments. And our friend here just gave us this term, what he said was deposit not just on cash but also in nepotism. So I think that was a very good learning for me as well. And also there is like this lack of information about all these subsidies or grants or loans. Like, you know, when there is lack of information, it's very easy for nepotism to grow. Let's say, like, if there is a local level government grant that is to be given to small business entrepreneurs, then only like a few people will be informed about it. And this lack of information and communication is also like a very potent ground for corruption, like the friend at the back table that said earlier. And also there is this just one bit that I want to add is like Sarmila ji just said, that tokenism cannot be counted as gender representation. And one more issue like the friend over there said that they are law students and they interned in a law firm. I was a student. I'm still a student of human rights, and I actually volunteered for human rights organizations. So there's that too. Thank you. No, it's true. I mean, all of these unpaid volunteer internships is a real issue, right? And we're not talking about it explicitly as a business and human rights issue, when in actual fact it is, if it involves law firms and the like. That table over there, would you like to share us your kind of 2-second insights? Okay, more than 2 seconds. It should already be on, I think.
I'll quickly summarize it. Three points. First is like it's better to be self-employed rather than being under somebody's employment. The second thing that we talked about was like how we are unpaid, and then we should start debunking the norms that are already set, so as to we should demand how we should be paid, even for internships. Even if it's by little, we should be starting from how we should be getting our commute allowances and take the next step, because if we don't do that, we won't be breaking the norms. And final thing is like getting it from Sarmila Didi itself. Institutional support matters a lot when you are growing, so institution really helps in your self-growth. How she got lots of queries from Federation of Women in Enterprise. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a fantastic and very succinct intervention. This table, would you like to share us your 2 cents?
Hi, thank you. So what we discussed in our table was that we discussed that vulnerabilities are in different forms and shapes and sizes, and we know that with mechanization and with artificial intelligence picking up, it's likely that most of the workers will be out of the supply chain work very soon, which means that we have to be very much future ready, and thus the focus has to be on alternative and different dimensions of skilling and different forms of employments that could be provided. And also the discourse on the responsible business has to shift. It should be more on ethical ways of doing business, so that you are able to give more competition to mechanization or artificial intelligence. We also discussed about how the enforcement is a greater problem in most of the developing and the developing economies. We also spoke as to how with more development picking up, the youth is migrating more, which also leads to a loss of technical knowledge that people in general have with respect to agriculture. So how do you pull the youth back into the system and back into the country, so that they can contribute to the economic development of the countries of which they are part of?
Good evening, everyone. The other point we discussed is about the skill-based education, because we still have a traditional way of teaching. So it's time for us to go for a more skill-based education, so that the children may be aware about the skill, about the new technique from the early age onwards. And the other thing is, she also added that agriculture, since Nepal is an agriculture country, since we work at a very grassroots level, awareness is very, very important. We have a policy of different like migrant workers policy, but the people, they don't know. The right holder, those who are vulnerable, they don't know what are their rights. We talk about the human rights, but people don't know what are their rights. So it's time for us to work at a very grassroots level to make them people, especially the young people, that these are your rights. You can also stand for your rights. So I think if the government will open the door for the market, and I think in the agriculture sector also, the youth can also do more in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, will the government open the door to the future?
Okay. So, thank you. Fortunately, I'm from government side. Okay. So, most of us have already talked about opportunities, challenges. So, I will be talking about what are the ways forward, what should be done, what can be done. So, the first thing I will share is every South Asian individual must change their mindset. Most of the South Asian thinks that I'm poor, I'm from marginalized group, I'm incompetent, I'm not capable, and this inferiority complex restrict us from getting the top height. So we have to change the mindset, the first thing, from the individual level. The second thing is, at the society level, we have to respect every work, whether it is cleaning washroom or teaching in any universities. We have to respect work. We should not judge people by their work. We should judge people by their education, their knowledge. The third point I would like to share is bridging the gap between youth and government. There is a huge gap between youth and government. Hardly youth people approach government office. They think that, oh, it's not my cup of tea. Yeah, government office is not working well. There are lots of problems in government office. But we have to think positively. There are many more things in government office. If you approach, you'll get many more things. So these are the 3 points I would like to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we do not have any more time. We really don't, because we have no break with the next session on indigenous people's rights. So
Are you trying to say that we are not relegated toward the sidelines? Is the government trying to say that we are not actually relegated to sidelines? Because it is what you said. It is not us who think upon ourselves that we are incompetent or we are marginalized. We are actually relegated to our sidelines because you just said that, and it is not acceptable. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's an important point, and if I can kind of just interpret the situation as we leave the room, is that, look, I think, yes, the reality is that people, youths, are made to feel like they are marginalized, even though they have a lot of power, and it is, as a result, our responsibility to ensure that they don't feel that way. And I think the point there that the gentleman was trying to say is just, no, I understand that. We're not going to go into a debate here, but I think I understand that, look, no one should be made to feel marginalized. No one is, in actual fact, marginal to any of this, right? And so what we have to do is to ensure that everyone feels included. So anyway, thank you very much for your contributions to this session. Thank you so much to our 2 fantastic speakers, and I look forward to seeing you at the next session.
1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check. Hello, check. Check 1, 2.
You can stay here in this
Hey,
room. The
check.
last session is a plenary, so they're just going to open the partition
1, 2.
and just
Check.
move around your chairs,
Check.
and you can
1, 2.
join the plenary.
Check.
If anyone
Check 1, 2. 이건 걸릴 거야.